Tes. Cek, cek, cek. Tes.
Ya, Kak.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all of the participants. Salam dan bahagia. First of all, let us say thanks to God who gives us guidance, happiness, health, and mercy so we can attend and participate in this special occasion, International Conference on Sustainable Development of Engineering and Technology. It's such an honor for me, Christina, to be the Master of Ceremony and delighted to welcome you all in Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa. The Honorable Rector UST Professor Dr. Andus Haji Pardimin MPD PhD and all Vice Rectors, our distinguished guest Dr. Muhammad Rozaiman bin Aziz from UITM Malaysia, Dr. Frederick Barut from Mariano Marcos State University of Philippines, Persatuan Insinyur Indonesia Insinyur Tribudi Utama MTIPU, Desa Kradenan Bapak Tony Miftakul Aftan, PT Mindo Small Business, Ibu Meira Kusuma Wardani SH, and not but not least, from PT Mirota KSM, Bapak Adolfus Yunanto, SPSI. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we start our event today, let's have a moment of silence. Thank you. Well, the distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, let's begin our agenda by singing our national anthem Indonesia Raya, followed by our hymn of Taman Siswa song. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to stand up.
Bangsaku, rakyatku semuanya.
a seat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the first agenda is speech. The first speech will be delivered by the Dean of Faculty Engineering, Dr. Insinyur Iskandar Yasin, STMT CIPM IPM. The floor is yours.
Salam dan bahagia. The Honorable of the Rector of UST, Professor Pardimin, PhD, the respected keynote speaker, Dr. Muhammad Rozaiman bin Aziz, and Engineer Frederick Erbarut, our dear partner, Bapak Tribudi Utama, Bapak Lurah Kradenan, Bapak Ibu Manajer PT Mirota KSM, Putrajaya Andalan, and PT Mindo, Vice Rector, and all researcher and participant. First of all, on behalf of the Faculty of Engineering UST, I, the Dean, would like to welcome all of you to our first international conference and call for paper. I would also express my appreciation to Rector and Vice Rector of UST who support this event, keynote speaker who will share their talk, all presenters who are interested to present on their research result of this seminar, and also the participant. Secondly, this conference is to focus on engineering and technology innovation for sustainability. Today, the concept of sustainability has been developing significantly in various sectors, and of course, it's provided a huge number of practical and theoretical implications. It's clear that we have to consider the rate of technological development as well as innovation creation on engineering should bring not only to economic benefit, but also environment and social impacts. In sustainability concept, this is called 3 pillars. Therefore, this conference aims to firstly explore, to recognize and to discuss the trends, challenges, and opportunities about sustainability concept in engineering and technological innovation. Also, we provide the public case output in form of ESPN proceeding as a medium to disseminate researchers. Thirdly, in this opportunity, we would also like to express our appreciation to recognition committee who prepared his forum very well, and Bu Yuyun as the Vice Rector and Cooperation Fair, who facilitated us connecting to our external partner. Thank you very much. As reported by the committee, we have already received more than 100 abstracts from both Indonesia and the other countries such as India, Taiwan, Nigeria, Bulgaria, and Pakistan. However, due to our limited time and also the room provided, we only selected 35 abstracts to be presented in today's parallel session. Regarding to it, we would like to say congratulations to all the presenters who will present your research, and also the presenters who have submitted your presentation video. We also thank for participants who actively join this event and hopeful we can connect and collaborate further. Last but not least, we do hope that this event will be ever better in coming year and fruitful for us. Thank you very much and salam.
Thank you, Bapak Yasin, for the speech. Now we are going to the second speech, is opening speech that will be delivered by our rector, Professor Dr. Andus Haji Pardimin, MPD, PhD. The floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let us pray and thank to our God who has given us mercies and blessing so we can gather to attend in this international seminar in the good health and happy. The international seminar with the topics International Conference on Sustainable Development of Engineering and Technology was organized by the Faculty of Engineering, University Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa, UST Yogyakarta. Therefore, I would like to thank the all speakers, especially the keynote speech, Dr. Muhammad Rosaiman bin Aziz from UITM Malaysia, and Dr. Engineer Frederick R. Barut from MMSU of Philippines. And then to thank the organizing committee and to thank all the international seminar participants.
Yes.
I hope in this international seminar goes well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the International Seminar of International Conference on Sustainable Development of Engineering and Technology is officially opened. Thank for your attention and enjoy the seminar. That's all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank a lot.
Thank you, Bapak Rektor, for the speech and for the opening. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing our meeting. The next agenda is a keynote speakers that will be delivered with Dr. Muhammad Rozaiman bin Aziz from UITM Malaysia and Dr. Engineer Frederick Barut from MMSU Philippines that will be led by the moderator Bapak Zainul Faizinaza, PhD. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our presentation is about to begin. Honorable Bapak Profesor Dr. Andes Haji Pardimin, PhD, Rektor Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa, and all Vice Rectors. Bapak Dr. Iskandar Yasin, Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa, and our distinguished presenter, Mr. Muhammad Rozaiman bin Aziz, PhD from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia, Mr. Frederick R. Barut, RMP from Mariano Marcos State University of Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alright, first of all, I would like to welcome you all to this session of keynote presentation. In this occasion, we would like to have presentation from our distinguished presenter, from Mr. Muhammad Rozaiman, PhD, and Mr. Frederick R. Barut, RMP. And before presentation begins, we would like to introduce our distinguished presenter. Actually, both of our distinguished presenters have so many pages of extraordinary personal information, but to save time, I only would like to inform some of personal information. All right, the first, Mr. Mohd Rozaiman bin Aziz. He is a PhD of Impact Mechanics from University Technology Mara, Malaysia. Currently, he is Deputy Rector of Student Affairs, UITM Malaysia. He completed many research grants related to mechanical engineering and also manufacturing, like manufacturing facilities design and the investigation of mechanical failure in HIP implant in Malaysia. His professional qualification is as professional technologist of mechanical engineering from Malaysia Board of Technologies. Okay, next, Mr. Frederick R. Barut, RMP from Mariano Marcos State University of Philippines. He holds a professional science masters in renewable energy engineering. His professional qualification is as a project manager of some civil construction, like construction of new bridges, Luna Bridge, rehabilitation of damaged bank protection, and construction of deck extension, and also some civil construction project in Philippines. All right, now I would like to welcome our distinguished presenter to deliver the presentation. Dr. Rozaiman, good morning. Assalamualaikum. Apa kabar?
Salam Pak. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Clearly,
Alhamdulillah.
Doctor.
That's good.
Yes. Apa kabar, Dokter?
Alhamdulillah, sehat. Alhamdulillah, very good. How are you, Doctor?
Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah.
Everything's good. Alhamdulillah.
Okay, Mr. Frederick, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for joining us. All right, without any further delay, we will start the session. We will have two presenters. Yeah, each presenter will take 30 minutes. Okay, for Dr. Rozaiman 30 minutes, and for Mr. Frederick 30 minutes. Okay, all right. Then the first presentation will be delivered by Mr. Muhammad Rozaiman bin Aziz, PhD. Can we start, Doctor?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Now the presentation from Mr. Muhammad Rozaiman bin Aziz. The floor is yours.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to everyone, to the dean, to the rector. And so my name is Muhammad Rozaiman bin Aziz from the UITM, University of Jumara, Malaysia. Basically, just to break the ice, my PhD supervisor is Bapak Wahyu, Bapak Wahyu Kunjoro. He's one of our professor at my university. So basically, he is also my mentor. Currently, he is still at the UITM. All right. So I'm going to share my screen. All right. Can you see my screen? Yes. All right. Okay, good. Okay. All right. Okay. So for today, I'm going to share with all of you about this material. As I can say now, I have a PhD in the mechanical engineering, specifically in the impact mechanics, and also I am a professional technologist from the Malaysian Board of Technologists. Okay, whereby we have a task to ensure that the program in Malaysia it can be recognized as a professional courses. All right. So for my presentation today, I have several table of contents. I will start with the introductions, proceed with the methodology, the results, conclusion, what is the end of mind for my study, and also some acknowledgement. All right. As an introduction, what we know about the anti-step material and what kind of industry can benefit from this product, and how can a nation like Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia, etc. to gain profit from this product. All right. Basically, in general, the anti-step material means that we need a kind of a body armor which can resist to the step effect from the knife, for example. All right, we know that nowadays there are crazy people. They like to stab people. They like to stab even the police, the army, and so on. So we need this material in order to stop what's it from something bad happen to our body. And what kind of industry? I will come back to this slide later on. But in general, it can indirectly it can what kind of thing it can for the defense, for the police, and anyone which is involved with this safety. And how a nation can generate profit from this product, because when we have a new product, we can sell it to the other countries rather than like a Malaysian. For time being, I will say that we always import everything, which is it is too bad, because we need to create our own material, we need to create our own product, and then we can sell it to others country. All right. So as introduction, okay. All right. As an introduction, all right. As an introduction, what's the purpose of this body armor? It is basically, of course, it is for the safety, and it need to have decorations like lightweight. Why lightweight? Because commonly, when, let's say, for the police, when they wear this body armor, they need to run, and it's not going to be it will be going to be a drastic run. So they need to keep up with the let's say, with the thief and so on. And also it must be breathable. Breathable means that our body can tolerate with this body armor. And also it must be water repellent, because we don't want that when the let's say, for example, the policeman chasing the thief and so on, then there will be some water from the rain and so on, then the body armor will be much heavier, so that they cannot keep up with the pace with the thief, for example. Or for example, like the army, when they fight in the war, okay, they need to keep up with, they need to be fit in order to gain the objective, which is to kill the enemy and so on. So this kind of characteristics, such as lightweight, breathable, and waterproof, is a must. It's a must characteristic for the body armor. So this the picture is taken from this patamorphysystem.com. Right. So for methodology, in my study, what we did was, there is a drop mass, which is at the end. If you can see that at the end of this drop mass, we have this knife blade. All right, and also it must be perpendicular to the body armor, and also there is also some angle of incidence, because in practicality, there is no way the knife blade going to be perpendicular to the armor. But there is some cases the blade or the knife will be in a certain degree with the armor. All right. So for this case, from this study, there is a standard which is called as a step resistance of personal body armor, and IJ standard 0115.0.0. Later on, I will share with you what this kind of standard. All right, what is required to pass this kind of this test. All right. So this is the test. Okay. The material must be multiple layers. All right. And then actually there are three levels, which are level 1, 2, and 3, which each level required to have different joules. It means that when the blade strike the armor, okay, the body armor needs to absorb this kind of energy. Okay, for example, for level 1, E1 and E2 should be 24 joules, and E2 is 36. For level 2, the energy one, it should be 33 joules, E2 is 50 joules. For level 3, the E1, energy 1, it should be equal to 43 joules, and E2 equal to 65 joules. So as we can see, as the level goes higher, the energy must be absorbed by the body armor become higher as well. All right. So the number is of strike. Okay. It's stated that 4 times for the E1 at the 0 incidence, 4 times for the E2 at the 0 incident as well, 4 times for the E1 at the 45 with the both knife and spike. All right. Then yes. Then also the penetrations, because when we have the blade strike the body armor, it will create the penetration. So for E1 drop, the maximum penetration is 7 mm, and for the E2 drop, the maximum penetration is 20 mm. So in order for the body armor to pass this kind of test, the maximum penetration cannot be exceed 7 mm and 20 mm. 7 is quite small. 20 mm is a little bit larger than 20 mm, because if the blades can penetrate more than this 7 mm and 20 mm, it will be cause injury to the dead personnel. Okay. All right. So this the apparatus that have been used in the lab. All right. First, we have the stack apparatus and measurement system, which is we call it as a STEM, and also we have this drop mesh. This is what we call it as a drop mesh. Right. You can see here, it's a drop mesh. Okay, this is the body armor, and there is the snap knife, which is known as P1 and S1. All right. So it will be combined together. The snap knife will be inserted into the into this we call it a support, and the support will be placed in the system. All right. So I will try to play this video. Yeah, you can see this where we place the mesh, and will be dropped to this body armor. All right. Okay. Right. Then the second will be much closer than that. All right. Okay. Then this another one. All right. So these 3 videos basically shows how the test was conducted. Basically, we put the knife at the upper level that will be dropped to the body armor. It is to simulate when let's say this thief or some crazy people or we in the armor in the war, then our personnel or our policemen or our army get stabbed. All right, so there will be, as I mentioned before, will be some energy must be absorbed by that body armor and must not penetrate with 7 and 20 mm. Okay. Sorry. All right. So for the result, okay. This for the configuration we have for this for time being, I will going to share with you 5 configurations. The first one, right, is the first configuration. The mass the mass is about 1.16 kilogram, and the average is about the average thickness of the body armor is about 10.78 mm, and the machine is about 380 mm times the 520, and there is 4 layers here. Okay, 4 layers, and sponge and 1 layer, and as PE foam and also rubber. All right. What I mentioned in my early presentation is if we can produce this set material, okay, which is for time being I'm using our own material to replace the current body armor, then we can have our own, right? We can have our own body armor instead of we keep buying from others, right? So this the required energy, which is E1 and E2, and also the cutting. All right, you can see we have about 6 drops with the angle of 0 to 45 with the knife P1 and S1, and also the energy E1 and E2. All right, MPCO it means that there is no penetrations. So there is no penetration and cutting observed. So therefore there will be no blade penetration because it can't penetrate, it can't cut the body armor. So as a result, it is passed. Right. The next one. All right. The next one, you can see that. All right. The angle is same as before, but the weight and the thickness is different. All right, still using the same material, the same knife, and so on. But for this time, we use different weight and also different thickness and different dimension. All right, and you can see here, okay, everything is passed because you can see for the E1 it must be less than 7. All right, E1 must be less than 7. All right, and E2 must be less than 20. All right, E2 is 9 for this one. All right, so it is also pass the test. All right, the next anti-step result. All right, also we play around again with the weight and also the thickness. All right, and also the dimensions. All right, again when we increase the weight. All right, then with the same angle of incidence. All right, then we observe from the 6 tests or from the 6 drops, 3 of them there were no penetration at all. All right, which is good. All right. Next. All right. So for this one, what we did was, instead of the knife P1 and S1, we add on the spike. The spike is basically a tool that we use to crash the ice. All right. It's heavy. It has a very sharp at the end of the spike. All right. So here you can see for the angle of incidence also we have 0 and 45 for the spike, and Alhamdulillah for this drop which involved the spike, all the drop shows that there were no penetration at all, which is very good. All right, and you can see for the P1 and S1 it is also pass all the tests. And okay. Okay, the last one, also we have the knife P1 and S1 as well as the spike. But again, for this time, okay, we have the 1.55 kilogram and 9.55 millimeter for the body armor with the same requirement that we need to pass. All right, and then also we have the 6 drop for the knife and 3 drop for the spike, and every drop has passed the requirement. All right. So how do we know how to get the energy actually? How we ensure that we get the energy, because it is basically it is based on the how high the mass is located in the first place. Right. So from that we have the computer that we say, okay, for this level it will be absorbed this 33 joule. At this level it will be absorbed 50 joule. All right, which is as stated in the standard in the NIJ standard. And then what we do measure was the acceptance cut, which is you can see for 5 configuration, all of them for the E1 the depth was less than 7 mm, and for the E2 the cutting depth was less than 20 mm. So alhamdulillah, for all this configuration the result is very good. Okay, so in short, in conclusion, all the tests has passed the level 2, okay, which is at least we have 3, at least we have passed the level 2. Inshallah, for the in the future we're going to do the more study in order to pass the level 2, which is the highest. And for the E1, for the level 2, it absorbed the 33 joule and the cut is less than 7 mm. And E2 is a 50 joule, it absorbed the 50 joule and cut less than 20 mm. And the tool that we used for this test was P1 and S1 as well as the spike. Okay, so what end of mind? For the end of mind, for this armor, we're going to do the ballistic test, which is called as a V50. V50 basically is a velocity that has specific projectile or bullet or something, which is going as which act as a projectile that going to penetrate the armor half of the time. The half of the time it means that, all right, let's say we have 10 tests, 5 of the tests, okay, it shows that the projectile cannot or fail to penetrate the armor, whereby the another 5 it shows the lowest velocity they're able to penetrate the project type. So by taking the average, you can calculate the V50. So instead of this body armor able to stop from the stabbing injury, it also can stop the bullet. Why? This bullet also it can vary from 5.5 mm or 7.62 mm. And basically for the this ballistic limit, okay, we are conducted by using the military standard, which is MAL STD 662D. All right. So this is the next step on what we're going to do with this body armor. All right. So I also would like to acknowledge my partner, which is a research officer, senior research officer from Mr. Muhammad Fauzi. He is from the Science Technology Research Institute for Defense, which is under Ministry of Defense. And also Mr. Muhammad Taha, our private partner, which is we have collaboration with him to produce a new material, as stated in my first slide, the new material for the anti-stab. And we are still ongoing in our research to provide a better and better body armor. All right. So before I go for my last slide. Okay, right now, so who's going to benefit for this body armor? Of course, those are involved in the safety, as said before, the policemen or our army. All right. Now, how our nation can do profit from this? Our nation, if we can have our own material, if we can produce our own material, but able to do the same job as what we have before, as I said earlier, the current body armor, as I mentioned, for sure, is we always buy or we export from the others, from other country. But so why not we as an Asian, we come out with our own material, we come out, then we do the test, then because the test is standard, we have the standard, we have the military standard, we have the step standard and so on. As long as can pass the test, then it is guaranteed the body armor can function 100%, inshallah. So basically that's my current research, but yes, currently I'm attached at the School of Mechanical Engineering at the College of Engineering. So I'm looking forward to have collaboration with everyone. In fact, those for the civil, perhaps we can collaborate in terms of structure, because at the side, as I'm whereby my partner Mr. Fauzi is there, we also has a bunker which we can go for the explosion and so on. Right? I know that in the civil they have some explosion at the quarry. Okay, and also there is my email over there, okay, and phone number. And yes, of course, you can WhatsApp me and at anytime. If you feel free to contact me, when I'm looking forward to have collaboration with everyone. Okay, not only in the impact mechanics, but other thing in the mechanical engineering, as long as we can collaborate, because in nowadays we need to have the world nowadays is limitless. So we need to have reach out to each other. We can have a good collaboration. As I know that right now Malaysia has already opened for the Indonesian, Philippines to come over and so on, and others. And also I can go there. Perhaps we can get in touch, and inshallah we can collaborate for further things. And then by doing so, we can provide a better society. We can provide a better nation for everyone, inshallah. So I think that'll be all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih, Dr. Rozaiman. Thank you for very interesting talk. Yeah. Okay. For next presentation, Mr. Frederick, can we start now? Hello, can you hear me, Mr. Frederick?
Hello, sir.
Okay.
Can I now share my screen?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the second presentation from Mr. Frederick. Okay, Mr. Frederick, the floor is yours.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes. Okay.
So thank you, sir. Thank you for that one warm introduction. Selamat pagi. Good morning. Is that right? So first of all, I would like to thank UST for inviting me this morning to be one of your keynote speakers in this first international conference on sustainable engineering and technology. It's an honor to be part of this endeavor. Thank you also to the organizing committee, and congratulations too for the success of this conference. Again, I'm Engineer Frederick R. Barot from Mariano Marcos State University, City of Batak, Ilocos Norte, Philippines. Engineers have played and will continue to play an important role in the future sustainable development. We play an important role in planning, architecting, and creating the ways things, goods, and services are distributed and consumed, whether they are building new items and working on technologies that will innovate the future. And speaking of innovation, I am glad to share to you this study titled Comparative Study Between Concrete Hollow Blocks and Tongue and Groove Concrete Blocks Using Optimized Proportion of Basic Oxygen Furnace Slag. This will be the overview of what I'll be discussing today. This shall not only focus on the flash research study earlier, but it also emphasize the steps that needs to be considered in making green concrete innovative technology. Without further ado, let us now start. So it start with introduction and then repurposing, integration, optimization, innovation, application, economical, and commercialization. So hollow concrete masonry units, also known as concrete hollow blocks, or just simply concrete blocks, is an essential part in building construction. It is used to construct vertical structural members such as walls, beams, plasters, columns, foundation walls. Here in the Philippines, concrete blocks are one of the most extensively used walling materials because they are cheaper compared to other materials such as woods and stones. The raw materials in manufacturing the concrete blocks are readily available and in an abundant supply in sand and riverbanks and gravel pits. Nowadays, the supply of wood is difficult to process because there is already an ordinance totally banning the cutting of trees. Thus, concrete blocks are structurally advantageous. According to CRE, there are different classifications of concrete blocks according to American standards for testing and materials. These are hollow load bearing, solid load bearing, hollow non-bearing, and concrete building bricks. However, other manufacturers classify them as solid, hollow, and interlocking. They are used depending on the requirement of a particular application. The design of concrete blocks varies through time in order to create a structure in a short period of time. Processing all characteristics, concrete blocks nowadays dominate the construction industry as more owners and builders prefer this type. There is also an increased number of concrete block manufacturers because of a variable market for concrete hollow blocks. Next is repurposing. The establishment of new industrial areas result in an increase in the production of byproducts, which are considered waste, that if they are not utilized subsequently, one of the problems in other countries like China is the steel slag, where the amount of deposited steel slag, mainly blast oxygen furnace slag, has been accumulated to more than 300 million tons. As we all know, steel slag is a solid waste from steel production that can be categorized as carbon steel slag and stainless steel slag according to the type of steel, and as pretreatment slag, BOF slag, electrical arc furnace slag, ladle refining slag, and casting residue according to steel making process. Utilization of steel slag in civil engineering applications can alleviate the need for the disposal and reduce the use of natural resources. A better understanding of the properties of steel slag is required for large volume of these materials to be utilized in a technically sound manner in civil engineering applications. In other words, since steel slag is considered as a solid waste, which leads to the occupation of farmlands and for nuisance of groundwater and soil, and improving the utilization rate of steel slag is an imperative way for the steel enterprise to realize sustainable development. Due to the different existing concrete block designs and classifications that are already available in the market, the problem about the proper disposal and handling of large quantities of waste materials is expensive and will consequently have some environmental impacts. In order to address the problems brought by this steel slag, we have come up to the solution of creating concrete blocks that are solid and interlocking with the use of steel slag to reduce waste and preserve available natural resources. We partially replaced the fine sand, which is the main component of the hollow blocks, by adding a small amount of fine steel slag in the mixture. For our study, we obtained the BOF slag aggregates at the stockpile of Omnicon Natural Resources Incorporation in Curimao, Ilocos Norte. Prior to the experimentation, relevant informations by reviewing a previous study conducted by Aguidan et al. Entitled Optimizing Proportions for Concrete Hollow Blocks and Paving Blocks using BOF slag as partial replacement of fine aggregates, and previous studies regarding the manufacturing of concrete hollow blocks were also examined and served as a reference for this research. So, optimization. The cement aggregate ratio was determined as per result of the best proportion. The proportions used for these concrete hollow blocks was 1:3:4, 1:4:3, and 1:3.5:3.5. Cement fine aggregate is to coarse aggregate ratio. The fine aggregate ratio was then subdivided into mixtures which contains 25%, 50%, and 75% BOF furnace slag. The aggregates were mixed until uniformity was achieved. To come up with the desired proportion of the tongue and groove CMU, a proportion which yields the highest strength was selected prior to the manufacture and testing of the optimized CHB. So the table shows that the proportion 1:2.625 is to 0.78, 0.875 is to 3.5, which contains 25% of steel slag of the proportion of 1:3.5 is to 3.5 has the highest attained compressive strength, while the proportion 1:3.375 is to 2.625 is to 1 of the proportion 1:6 is to 1 has the lowest value of compressive strength. All except the last proportion pass necessary allowable compressive strength according to our National Structural Code of the Philippines, which is 4 megapascals. So the design parameters of the tongue and groove in the theoretical was different from the actual because the volume of the actual concrete block was minimized due to pre-compression of the concrete during its manufacturing. The tongue and groove concrete block is interlocking in such a way that it can restrain lateral movements both horizontally and vertically. So here's the actual photo of the tongue and groove concrete blocks that we made and studied. So based on the previous slide, mass production has been done, and in order to come up with a tangible project, as well as to test the capability of this innovation, we made a curing pan, and furthermore, tongue and groove interlocking blocks can also be used in different applications like concrete pig pens, and also it can be used for concrete fences. Raw material cost using the tongue and groove CMU was used to evaluate the construction economic costs needed to create the control project. As such, it was compared to the economic cost needed to make the same control project using the conventional design of CHP. The following data were formulated by using estimations and data gathering based on actual market prices available from the locality. Raw material costs of the different types of CMU is presented as per individual unit blocks and as per square meter concrete. So the first table shows that the raw material cost of individual unit of concrete block, the CHB with steel slag attained the highest value of compressive strength was used as the basis in determining the unit of the CHB, which contains steel slag. On the other hand, tongue and groove concrete block has the same proportion in determining its unit price. From the computation, it can be said that the CHB, which contains steel slag, is the cheapest among the three, since it produced the largest number of manufactured blocks than the other two. So it is amounting to 3.05 pesos. This is around 832 Indonesian rupiah or 0.06 US dollars. So the other table, raw material cost of 1 square meter concrete wall contains the use of two different types of concrete blocks. It can be seen that the raw material cost of 1 square meter wall of tongue and groove concrete blocks is cheaper than using the commercial hollow blocks, since there are no steel reinforcement and less mortar is utilized. Having been able to successfully mass produce the tongue and groove concrete blocks, it opens doors to opportunities and partnerships, which aims to introduce this innovation in the market. Advanced studies are done with partner organizations, and fundings for this research is also possible among partner agencies. Mass production and market acceptabilities in coordination, in collaboration with business partners. In connection to this, the mechanization in which the molder was used needs to be registered as intellectual property. So here are questions to consider in doing research about innovations about construction materials and green concrete innovative technology. What specific structural elements or infrastructure accessories would you like to consider upgrading? Discovering new things starts with determining the problem or a thing that needs to be upgraded, be it concrete blocks or paving blocks, materials for mortar or for plaster, prefabricated walling, concrete railings, and other infrastructure accessories that are needed for construction. What specific green concrete material would you like to incorporate to that element or accessory in order to address an eco-friendly technology? So the next that we need to address is the abundance of waste materials that needs to be recycled or repurposed. As we all know, some of them do not decay that easily. And the best way to dispose these wastes are by means of incorporating this with concrete. So is the integrated material being made able to pass the allowable structural criteria given by your code? So we also need to consider the strength requirement and structural credibility requirement of the concrete mixture. We need to ensure that the product that we will make will pass our own structural codes like the National Structural Code of the Philippines, the ACI code for concrete mix design, the ASTM, Indian standards, the Uniform Building Code, and other international codes. Will there be any innovations incorporated in the optimized mixture that was made? Will there be a change in design and other parameters? We also need to break the tradition by means of redesigning these defined problems into new designs that corresponds to the new world needs. That is modernization. It is not only that we make innovations without considering it, if it can be commercialized or not. So will the innovation be cheaper and can it be introduced to the market if possible? It should be consumer friendly as much as possible, be cheaper than those conventional since there is an integration of waste product that is being done. So that concludes my speech. Remember that while many aspects must be considered in a driving long-term change or sustainability, innovation is still a critical component. And so fellow researchers and engineers, may the study that I have presented to you and many more studies that will be presented today in this international conference will serve as a gate towards more opportunities in the development of innovation in the field of engineering. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you very much and have a great day ahead.
Terima kasih, Mr. Frederick. Thank you for very interesting talk regarding new development of concrete. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to question and answer. There will be two sessions. For each session is for 3 questions, and don't forget to mention your name. Okay, any questions? For participant, please rise up during your Zoom. And okay, any question? Okay. Meanwhile, waiting for question. Oh. Okay. Oh, coming from Valentino Ibanez, yeah, from Akprin Institution and Technology. Okay, operator can open the speaker. Okay, please.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the time to me ask the question. My name is Valentino Ibanez, and I come from Internasional Akprin Science and Technology of Institute. I would like to ask you about the economic slide. What does the difference between of commercial hollow blocks and hollow blocks contain steel slag? Can I repeat my question, or is it clear?
Yes, you may, please.
Okay. Just one of question. What does the difference between of commercial hollow blocks and hollow block contain steel slag on the table of economic slide?
So the incorporation of steel slag here in the Philippines, it is just a way. So there is a new value for concrete steel slag. That's why it was used as such. So the difference between them is that the commercial steel commercial hollow blocks is weaker than that of the hollow blocks with steel slag, as this steel slag has a property that's like cement, so it is harder, meaning to say when you put it and apply it in a wall, it does not have cracks that easily.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mas Valentino from Akprin. Okay, any question from all participants? Yes. Okay. Actually, as moderator, I think I has right to ask question, right? Okay. First for Dr. Rosaiman. Halo dokter, ini saya nanya dikit nih, sedikit nih. Okay. Yeah. Actually, according to your presentation, I got 3 points can be highlighted here. First is, can we say that your product or the product of the research is we can say about prototype, and then the second, if we call it a prototype, so I mean we we have to we have to we have to make more discussion, because there are 3 points that I can highlight here. The first is about dimension, doctor. As we say, this is the let's say people armor. Yes, we say dimension, the thickness of the material, and the second is the dimension. The dimension mean a dimension mean how to make the armor fit to the people body. And the last one is about the depth of penetration. So about these 3 points, which one is the priority, or which one is the first standard to be passed according to your presentation, that all experiment is passed. So which one of these 3 value, yeah, the most priority, or the most important to be explored and developed in the future?
Yes, yes. Thank you, Doctor, for the questions. Actually, from these 3 points, the top priority is depth of penetration, because depth of penetration, we want to ensure that the wearer or our policeman or the army does not get injury from the stab in this case specifically. And yes, and that's the first one. We need to ensure that the depth, which is 7 mm and 22, is not exceeding that. All right, so that's the one. Then after we can show that we have passed the test, then we can go with the what is the dimension, thickness, and how, because it basically doctor is okay, like let it this way. If you wear the body armor, actually the plate in front of you is about, yeah, it's segi empat ya, macam tu. So basically that's it's very simple actually. We just put it there inside the body armor. All right, so actually we just strap it macam as a jacket, strap it, and it's very then actually it's not a very complex design for the body armor. You can see in the slide there is a strap. We just strap in, so it can fit to most of our bodies. And yes, of course, if you compare Asian to the Europe, it would be different story. All right, let's say for the Asian, there's inshallah we will fit to Asian, and for the Europe, then we need to make it a little bit bigger. All right. Then in terms of prototype, yes, for time being it's still in the prototype, and actually we in the process to apply the new grant to make it in the mass productions. Since we have passed the standard test and so on, so right now we try to produce the mass production, and also, and in that way, inshallah, if we get the grant, also, we can go for the mass production and so on. Doctor, is it? Did I answer your questions?
Okay, thank you, doctor. Okay, for all participants, any question?
I see there's a question for you. Anasha Prakasa. Is it question for me or for the Dr. Frederick?
May I have a question for Dr. Rosaiman?
Yeah, sure, yes.
Okay, thank you for my time and occasion. Dr. Rosaiman, interesting with your research here,
Thank you, Prof.
body armor problem.
Thank you,
And there is 3 questions relating for your presentation.
Okay.
The first question is relating to the standard. You say that the standard is body armor NYG 0115.
Yes,
Is it standard recognized by international or local standard? That's the first question.
Okay.
And then the second question is how to certify your product in terms of accepted. It is accepted by your regulator or accepted by end user. It's a second question. And then the last question is relating for the applicability of your product. Is this for the police or for the military? Usually military have a different requirement compared to the military. That's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your question. I appreciate that. All right, thank you very much for your concern. Actually, the NIJ that I share in the presentation, it is the international standard. It is international standard that we use. So it means that this should be accepted by most of the countries. And for the certifications, like in Malaysia, we have this, like I said, the strike. The strike actually is a place where we do conduct the test. So if the strike certify, okay, this product has been passed this NIJ, so it can be used in our Malaysia. I do believe in the Philippines, you have your own regulatory body that to ensure that this kind body armor is safe to be used, because we are playing with the human life. It's not that something we can get it back. You can cause the injury, then that's will be a problem. All right, brother. And yes, for time being, this body armor I concentrate on the police, not military, but later on when we deal with the V50 that I mentioned about the end of my slide, the V50, which is for the ballistic limit, then it can also be used for the military as well. But for time being, we focus on the police first. But yes, we also must bear in mind the gangsters or thief nowadays. They also have a gun. So instead of the body armor only for the step, also must, if possible, it also must have the ballistic limit, which means in certain velocity it can protect our body. All right, that will be the next step actually, Doctor. Did I answer your question, Doctor?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, Doctor.
Bapak Anantia Prakasa. Terima kasih, Pak. Okay, next question from Rani Puspita. No? Siapa? Okay. Any question? Okay. Again, moderator has a question for presenter. Now for Mr. Frederick. Sorry, Mr. Yes. Okay, Mr. Frederick, I have a question regarding quality of concrete in your research. If we take a look from your table about the quality of concrete, we see there that the a portion of slag let's say the sample number 1, 2, 3, sample number 3, we can see that the sample has the highest quality, has the highest value of F accent C, let's say. But we can see also there that the proportion of slag is the smallest proportion. Can we say that the slag will make the quality of concrete significantly? I mean, the less of slag will develop the quality of concrete. I mean, the concrete will has the highest compression strength. Can we say that, Mr. Frederick?
So, yes, the amount of steel slag has an effect in the strength, in the compressive strength of the material. In this case, the proportion was just optimized, meaning to say that the lesser the steel slag, so since it is integrated, the results depends on the, meaning to say, since a little bit of steel slag is needed, then we can say that it shows a greater strength. So it has an effect, meaning there is still a consideration of concrete in the strength of the steel slab. So it is just integration of the steel slab in the concrete that was studied, and not the amount. Yes, yes, sir. It can be used by means of optimization using MATLAB to determine the maximum amount or quantity of steel slug that can be used in doing so. So study yields that the lesser the steel slug still yields the greater strength. So what we can see here that all of those proportions have passed except those the last sample. So it has passed the desired allowable strength. So it is still okay to use them. So, but then we have to consider also that the the pricing for those one depends, because the greater the number of or the volume of concrete, at the same time the sand that was used has an effect on the computation of the or the raw material computation of the one piece CHB and the 1 square meter wall.
Halo, Bapak. Bisa saya dengan bahasa Indonesia ya, Pak? Halo, Pak Jainul, tanya ini kepada Bapak. Tolong diterjemahkan Pak Jainul. Untuk Bapak Garut tentang Bataku kalau nggak salah itu ya. Penelitian yang bagus. Terima kasih untuk Master Frederick atas studi yang telah dilakukan. Tertarik sekali. Sekarang pertanyaannya kualitas dari konkret. Kalau di Indonesia kan mirip dengan bataku. Apakah itu hanya khusus untuk dinding? Kalau itu dipakai untuk batu pondasi, kualitasnya seperti apa? Itu yang pertama. Untuk pondasi bangunan bisa nggak dipakai itu? Tidak semata-mata untuk dinding. Kemudian yang kedua, apakah memerlukan quality tenaga atau tukang yang memasang konkret itu untuk dinding, untuk pondasi, itu bagaimana? Dengan kualitas tukang itu tentu akan membutuhkan biaya yang cukup besar ya. Biaya juga, ini kaitannya dengan ekonomi. Kira-kira kalau batako normal, bentuknya segi 4, itu bagaimana perbandingan secara ekonominya? Apakah lebih mahal jatuhnya, ataukah lebih murah gitu? Ya itu saja. Ya, minta maaf. Minta maaf. Ya.
Question, Mr. Frederick, from Pak Agung is about the skill of labor. Yeah, because he said that the hollow block in your research is a very unique shape. So does it need a special skill to install being in a wall or something? Okay, Mr. Frederick, there's two questions from Pak Agung.
So, thank you, sir, for that very wonderful question. I would gladly answer that. So, the first study before these hollow blocks actually is about the optimized proportions for concrete. Not only about hollow blocks, but also for for structural foundations. It has used compressive molds like the 12 diameter molds tested for compressive strength, and it yielded good results, sir. It passed our code here, so I would gladly say that it is safe for structural foundation as an optimization, as a partial replacement for fine aggregates only. So for the gravel part, other studies can also be done with it. And for the other question, sir, regarding the skilled labor, yes, it's true, because it is like only Lego that you can arrange it tongue and groove, interlocking with each other. And with respect to its economy, yes, it decreases because it yields mortarless, or we can say that the use for plaster and the mortar in each hollow was removed in the tongue and groove concrete, and you can just plaster it, so it yielded a good results. Also, as a practical application, or one example, is the making of a curing pond for curing of concrete specimens for testing in the ASTM standard. So it yielded good results, meaning to say the economy or the required labor, yes, it was also considered in the table that the labor decreases, or the paper labor decreases with respect to the use of tongue and groove concrete. Same results for concrete hollow blocks and the optimized one, they do have the same since it is only optimized. Did I answer your question right, sir?
Yeah.
So,
Okay, thank you, Mr. Frederick. Demikian Pak Agung. Jadi ya untuk yang pertama secara mutu bisa digunakan untuk struktur. Kemudian yang kedua tentunya memang biaya tukangnya menjadi lebih besar karena karena special skill. Begitu. Oke. Baik, terima kasih Pak Agung. Oke, again for all participants we still have 5 minutes before closing. Oke. Saya nggak bisa lihat ya. Saya nggak bisa lihat. Oke, ya. Mr. or Miss Palipa. Please unmute for operator. Ya.
Hello.
Halo? Yes?
Okay.
Please.
Thank you for time. Let me introduce my name. My name is Asa Gwijange. I'm from Indonesia. My campus is I am a student. Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa. My question goes to Mr. Frederick. So where we get the materials from, and whether the tropical climate of Indonesia. I think that's my question. Thank you.
The material, as defined in the presentation, is a byproduct of making steel. So we get it here. There is a large stockpile of steel slag, or the basic oxygen furnace slag, here in our locality. That's why it gave us an idea to use this um, as an partial replacement for fine aggregates. So where can you get such materials? So if there are places with steel manufacturing within your country, you can ask them for the byproduct of that reinforced steel bars. That's the one that we have used in this study. So regarding a tropical climate, yes, since we are about the same type of locality, application for this CHB, or this reinforced, partially replace CHB with steel slag, can also be used in your locality.
Waalaikumsalam, Pak.
Waalaikumsalam.
We would like to give you a certificate by virtually that will be shown on the screen. The operator, please, you can show the certificate. So this is the certificate for the keynote speaker. Thank you so much for the keynote speakers today. And for the next is certificate for Dr. Frederick. Okay, for the next session is a presentation from the Vice Rector Partnership Affairs, Ibu Yuyun Yulia, PhD. It is about international collaboration opportunities and best practice. And for the second presentation from Persatuan Insinyur Indonesia, Bapak Insinyur Budi Utama, MT IPU, it's about PII profile, multi-parties collaboration industries, universities and association. That will be led by the Bapak Reza Bayu Kurniawan. So the floor is yours.
Well then, good morning all the participants. Thank you very much. So now we'll come to the next session. So in this session, actually, we have two more our distinguished speakers. She is Ibu Yun Yulia, PhD. She is currently the Vice Rector in Partnership Affairs of UST. And also Bapak Insinyur Tribudi Utama, IPU. He is currently the Chairman of Persatuan Insinyur Indonesia Yogyakarta Chapter. So before we begin, Ibu Yuyun will present about international collaboration, opportunities, and best practice. I think this will be interesting material since UST currently has set significant milestones to have international recognition at ASEAN level by 2025, if I'm mistaken. So I think the international collaboration program will be the key to achieve that recognition. So for the first session, to Ibu Yuyun, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pak Reza. Everyone in the virtual room, can you listen to my voice, please? Check, check. Yes. Is it clearly listened or heard?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Well, Mas Mosi, can you please share the slide? Okay, cool. Thank you. Well, the title that I would like to share to everyone, especially in this virtual room, I think hybrid, yeah, not only in the virtual room, but also in this room, Gedung Pusat. The title of my presentation is that international collaboration, opportunities, and best practices. Next slide, please. I'm Yun Yulia. Bapak Ibu, and I think this is a common one for, let's say, Indonesian people or government, in which in this 2020, in 2020, the Indonesian government already launched what we call by Indikator Kinerja Utama, or IKU. So the primary, let's say, indicators that should be achieved by universities or institutions. And this is in Bahasa. I would like to, Mas Mosi, can you please, the next slide? And I tried to put it in English. So Indonesian Education Transformation 2020, we got the 8 IKU, or Indikator Kinerja Utama. The first one is that universities or institution in this case need to provide, let's say, facilities or activities for their agile graduates, or in this case we can say that proper jobs for graduates. Jadi lulusan yang mendapatkan pekerjaan yang sesuai, seperti itu. That is number one. And then number two, IKU number 2, that is off-campus experience for students. So since 2020, I think the government already boost, let's say, any activities related to students who are or who should be out of campus. So it is not always, for example, in Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa, but we send students overseas, as well as we send students to islands, let's say in Indonesia. We send students to Aceh, and then to Sulawesi, as well as Kalimantan, and they are doing their off-camp experience for 1 semester. And then the third one, off-campus activities for lecturers. So the Indonesian government is not only providing activities for students, but also for lecturers, for teachers. So the off-campus activities for lecturers that could be, for example, in industry or in schools, in which, let's say, if I make it simple, like collaboration between stakeholders as well as academics, atau in bahasa Civitas Academica. That is for number 3. And then number 4, that is practitioners teach on campus. So we are so delighted, I think, as, in particular for Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa, we have one of them is that PII, Persatuan Insinyur Indonesia, yang they are, or let's say they are also lecturers. They are also teaching in our campus. Begitu nggih, Pak Tri? Matur nuwun. Practitioners teach on campus. And then number 5, and I think this is very important, acknowledgement. So the work or the activities or the product of lecturers or teachers who are internationally, let's say, recognized. Jadi produk yang dipakai oleh internationally scholars. Itu target the 5th IQ or the 5th indicator. And number 6, department collaborates with world-class partners. So in this case, I mean UST has already also partners with some of, not only in ASEAN or Malaysia, Thailand, the Philippines, but also let's say in Japan, Vietnam, and Cambodia. So we got also partners. And the 7th, collaborative and participatory class. So in this case, it is not, I mean, the paradigm is different. So it is not like one direction, it's like a song of One Direction, yeah, one way or another. Okay, so collaborative and participation of the students, in which it is not like explanation or it is not like giving lecture, but in this case, the situation in the classroom will be like a project-based, a problem-based, a discovery learning, for example, in which between teachers or lecturers and also students, they have something to produce. They have something, let's say, beneficial activities and beneficial products that later on will be acknowledged, not only in UST, but also out of UST, in and overseas. That is for the 7 IQ. And then the number 8, international standard departments atau prodi yang berstandar internasional. And UST, led by Professor Pardimin, in this 2022 would like to have international accreditation, 5 departments, if I'm not mistaken. 5 departments will propose the international standards. So everyone, based on this, I mean, this is the fundamental one. This is the basic one before we think about the activities of Tridharma, or in UST, we call it as Catur Dharma. This is, let's say, again, Indonesian Education Transformation 2020. Next one, please. Okay, beginning or starting from the indicators, the primary indicators or indikator kinerja utama, then UST has also, of course, vision and mission. What is the vision in this case? This is in still in bahasa. I would like to, let's say, translate the keywords And in this case, there are 4 keywords. The first one, UST or universitas would like to have agile and character-based graduates or academics. Jadi pingin mencapai sivitas akademika yang unggul begitu, universitas yang unggul dan berkarakter. And the next one, it is not only nationally, but we try our best to develop our partners because the vision is that in Asia Tenggara. And the last one, we are from Taman Siswa, so our activities, whether it is on pendidikan, penelitian, or the community service, for example, it is highlighted by Taman Siswa principles. And this is our hope, our dream, our vision that will be achieved in 2025. Next one, please. Okay. I think this is a very good question. Yeah, how can we achieve this internationalisasi in this global era? So the first thing that we need to note is that how we build capacity or how we expand our networking. Yeah, of course, this one could be done by, for example, human resource development, and then participation in seminars and academic meetings, visiting lecturer, research publication writing, and also academic experience of lecturers as well as students. And the last one is yang paling gampang, yaitu exchange of academic materials and other information. So those are how we build our academics or academicians of UST to achieve our internationalisasi. Next one, please. Okay, Bapak Ibu, this is the graph, let's say the picture, the description in percentage kerjasama luar negeri, so between UST and overseas partners. If you can see from, let's say, 2020 and then 2021, 2022, we can see a significant increasing. Let's say beginning from 16 in 2020, and then in 2022 it becomes 23%. And it is not only about the MOU, but also the activities. Firstly, also I would like to say thank you very much to UITM, the two speakers from UITM and also from Mariano Marcos State University, who are already becoming keynote speakers this morning. So this is the picture of our overseas MOU or activities. Next one, please. Bapak Ibu, this is an example of best practice. So previous or last couple minutes we discussed or I explained apa sih indikator kinerja utama, or let's say I discuss also the vision of UST, and then the second keyword that I would like to highlight is about the best practice. Best practice, we have let's say nine if I can say 9 activities for our best practice. The first one is that faculty member exchange, visiting professor, lecturer, both offline and online. Bapak Ibu, kalau if you can see the picture yang sebelah kiri, at that time we are in Charles Darwin University to be a visiting lecturer, I think in 2018, ya lupa. And then the next one, our students also becoming, let's say, students or have a seat sit-in project in one or two mata kuliah begitu, one or two courses in this one in China, in if I'm not mistaken, Huasio University. Those are the certificate of the students. So the activities that we can do or UST offers, the first one is faculty member exchange and then student exchange, both online and also offline. Joint seminar and short course. We have been doing the 9 activities: credit transfer, internship, and then joint research, joint publication, as well as community service. And the next slide, I think this will be about picture and picture, how UST or how I describe UST in the perspective of overseas activities or collaboration activities. Berikutnya, bro. Yes. This is an example also with UITM Kedah, Malaysia, in which we are invited by Prof. Don Hemdi, director, to be one of lecturers, guest lecturers in global learning session di UITM Kedah, and also we have a colloquium begitu, Akademi Pengajian, ya benar ya bacanya ya, Akademi Pengajian Bahasa, postgraduate virtual colloquium. And again, every time we always change our lecturer to be lecturer, for example, in Thailand, in Malaysia, as well as in the Philippines for the coming one. Next one, please. Okay. This is activity that I already, I think, mentioned in 2021. Five students of UST, so they have their sit-in class online, and it is also supported by the government, Indonesian government, as well as UST. So this is published on newspaper, Kedaulatan Rakyat, and this is about the international credit transfer. And one of the students, I think the students are from the 5th and the 7th semester students, and at that time, one of the students from Faculty of Economics is writing the thesis, the bachelor thesis, supervised by one of the lecturers from Malaysia. So this is kind of orientation, international student orientation, and the 5 students, they are so happy, they are so excited because they got, let's say, like international experience, off-campus activities. Okay, next one, please. This is also one of examples of best practices in which we have kuliah bersama between one of our partners also in Malaysia, and also 3 faculties from Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Economics, and Faculty of Psychology. So one of the subjects we are getting involved, if I'm not mistaken, the name is Human Resource Development. And at the end, everyone, at the end, the product of this activity is book chapter. So it is a must for students, both students from Malaysia and also from Indonesia. Together we are writing in a book chapter series as the product of kuliah bersama. Next one, please. Okay, this is also, I think this is in Indonesia. We are sending our students to, let's say, Sumatra, Kalimantan, Sulawesi, as well as to Irian Jaya. Next, please. Okay, this is another international activity, and we got a webinar, and the keynote speakers are from also Malaysia, Australia, Malaysia and Australia. And also international Zoominar, that is between Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia. Next one, please. I think the activity is more on education atau Dharma yang pertama. Okay, this one, the same one from Faculty of Teacher Training and Education about technology, online learning, as well as Faculty of Agriculture. This is also a kind of international seminar. Next one, please. These are the students from Faculty of Agriculture. They are in they are in the Philippines, having internship. If I'm not mistaken, this one is in Don Mariano Marcos State University, DMSU, DMMSU. And the students are from, we are exchanging our students with DMSU, Philippines. Next one, please. Okay. This is also done by Faculty of Agriculture, in which the students are doing research in Thailand, in Pilbu Songkron University in Thailand. So the students are doing internship as well as doing research for their bachelor thesis writing. Next one, dong. Yes. This is for Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. The two students are from UST, and they are in Thailand, in Tepsatri Rajabat University. They are also doing their teaching internship atau magang mengajar gitu. Next one, please. This is a kind of competition in which Thailand, Malaysia, as well as Indonesia, hosted by Tepsatri Rajabat University and also UITM, having a sort of competition that is international speech contest, and then project competition, and also the international conference on local development and cultural exchange. So we send students to have their speech competition, their project competition, as well as lecturers to be a speaker in Tepsatri Rajabat University, Thailand. And Alhamdulillah, they are, the students, they have in 2018 and 2019, we got always the first winner for international speech contest. Next one, please. Okay, we are welcoming students. Wah, ini fotonya narsis ini ya. We are welcoming students from Thailand as well as from the Philippines. Yes. This is the competition, the situation competition, in which all pictures, they are UST team talking about, I forgot their project, yeah. And these are our students all. Yes, next one. The same one. Ini juga dari UNS juga ada. Next one, please. Okay. Nah, how many ya? If I'm not mistaken, 4 students also, they are in Mariano Marcos State Universities to do C teacher or teaching internship, and also in Thailand. Again, these are the students' activities. Berikutnya dong. This is also competition, cultural exchange. And if not mistaken, the first left, the top left of the slide, the picture, at that time, we win the competition, and the title is that apa ya namanya, bikin brownies dari koro pedang. So koro pedang is one of tanaman gitu ya, one of plants, koro pedang, and then it is or they make brownies begitu. Next one, please. This is the last one. I mean, the last activity for education, in which we are doing our teaching and learning development, and hosted or instructed or accompanied by Semeo Semolek. We did the first chapter and also the second chapter, and the next tahap 3 that will be about still media in learning. And this activity let's say is done here hybrid, and about I think more than 100 lecturers also join in this activity. And next slide, this is a video I think about 1 or 2 minutes. Ini pelatihan virtual reality or the second tahapan begitu. We are doing our virtual reality picture as our media for learning. Diputarkan sebentar, please. The situation that is so cool, so nice, so actively engaged. Bisa, bro? Okay, that is the situation of we are doing our virtual reality. And what else? Okay, this is an example of research. I'm pretty sure that docent also they have their research together with overseas partners. Dan kebetulan ini saya bersama 4 peneliti dari 4 perguruan tinggi di Malaysia. Ini sedang berlangsung penelitiannya. Next one. Okay, and I can say this one is community service done by the students. So they are doing their Independence Day di Davao City, the Philippines. They are doing their flag ceremony for 17 Agustus, our Independence Day. And then next one, please. Okay, the same one. They are also doing tarik tambang begitu di Philippines, and also other activities. I got a lot of picture, and these are students from UST. Berikutnya. Nah, this one, the students are doing their community service. They do mural. What is in English mural? Painting on the wall, yeah? Yeah, painting on the wall. So the students, together with the students of TRU, Tepsatri Rajabat University, they are doing painting on the wall in schools. Next. This is the best one. We are taught about pad thai, the specific traditional food from Thailand, and it's very yummy, everyone. I love it, pad thai. And then this is batik painting. We have our workshop with Friendship Force International, and at that time when they are here, this is I think in 2019 2018 or 2018. So they are doing their apa ini namanya? Yang bambu itu traditional angklung. Their traditional, our traditional music, angklung. They play angklung as well as they are doing batik paintings. And yes, the message or the final remark for me is that please everyone, not only overseas but also in Indonesia, please or let's have collaboration to have our agile academics atau jadi sivitas akademika yang tangguh begitu, yang unggul, agile academics. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much, Ibu Yun, for amazing presentation. You presented that we, UST, have a number of partnerships with overseas and national external partners, and I'm interested with your presentation at the beginning that currently the government of Indonesia has released the 8 indicators, and I think all the indicators emphasize the role of partnerships. It means you have strong responsibility to push this UST to have international recognition. Thank you very much, Ibu Yun, for the interesting presentation. So we are moving to the next speaker. We have last respected speaker. He is Bapak Insinyur Tribudi Utama IPU. He is currently the chairman of the Persatuan Insinyur Indonesia or Indonesian Engineer Association. So Bapak Tri will present about the profile of PII and also the multi-party collaboration involving industries, universities, and government as well as association. So to Pak Tri, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Reza, the dearest Vice Rector, Ms. Yuyun, and whom I appreciate, the Dean, Mr. Iskandar Yasin. Good morning, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wish we all be healthy and prosperity always. I'm really happy today I was at this event. First, I will congratulate you on the implementation of this extraordinary event, I think. Secondly, of course, I really welcome to offer the offer of cooperation with various parties. Operator, may I share the screen?
The operator, please share Pak Budi's screen.
Yeah, I will share several screen. Oke, bisa. Okay, my name is Tribudi. I am from the Institution of Engineering Indonesia, or PII, the chapter of Yogyakarta. The Institution of Engineering Indonesia, the vision is become a driving force for Indonesian independence. And the second is as an agent of change and development through the development of professional competence in engineering based on science and technology. And the mission is making the engineer who are competitive and provide high added value for the welfare and prosperity of the nation. It is the main of purpose of the Institution of Engineering Indonesia. The story of the Institution of Engineering Indonesia is on 1952, the President of Sukarno ordered to Mr. Juanda and Mr. Ruseno to establish the Institution of Engineering Indonesia, or PII. On 1959, 61 and 64, EIA played a role in the establishment of technical higher education such as ITB, ITS, and Universitas Indonesia. On 1984, establishment of ETI under the auspices of the Indonesian Technology Education Foundation, YPTI. On 1997, we are pioneering professional engineer through collaboration with International of Engineering Australia. On 2003, professional engineer certification, AP, engineer professional or professional engineer, equivalency in APEC and ASEAN. On 2014, issues of Law 11 2014 on engineering. And on 2019, Government Regulation PP 29 2019 was issued as an implementing regulation of Law 11 2014. And now we have more than 33,000 members, and right now we have 30 chapters on Indonesia and about 214 branches on around Indonesia, on kabupaten and kota. Our tagline is competence, contribution, and collaboration. It is very simple, but we have several programs on collaboration with the industry, academia, and community. With industry, the research will conduct on applied research, and we have some teamwork with the industry right now, and we direction the CSR, corporate responsibility, social responsibility, to community. With academia, we some internship, student, and practitioner teaching. On research with academia, we conduct the development research, and some project we with academia is professional education. With community, we training, development, and direction the community development. Here is the diagram on engineering professional alignment. It based on engineering law, national education system law, and higher education law, and presidential decree number 8 2012 regarding on KKNI. KKNI is Kerangka Kualifikasi Nasional Indonesia, or Indonesian National Qualification Framework. We work together with academic, industry, and professional lawyer. This is the scheme of professional improvement. With education, they are the academic degree, and in the industry is certificate of work position. And so individual experience or self-study, the recognition of special experience, and we on the institution will give the certificate of competence. It is our affiliate partner. There are Makot, smart greenhouse, taxi drones, airports, 3D printer, oxygen concentrator, and arm robotic, and so on. It is can be for student internship. Please, if the student of UST will internship in our affiliate. This is an example for applied and development research with EIE, Industry and University, is conducted last year and continues this year with Kedereka scheme. This harvesting for precision farming system in dry area. This is conduct with 4 universities, UST, LPP, State University, Yogyakarta, and Janabadra. Here's the teamwork. From TCI, there's Mr. Sawarianto. From UST, Mr. Arisoto and Mr. Alexander Yasin. From Yogyakarta State University, Mr. Joko Sumianto and Mr. Wahyu Budi. From Janabadra, Mr. Reja Putradaya and Adi Riono. From LPP is Mr. Rajib Kafif Arusi and Ms. Hartini. We conduct this for problem solving. The problem is first of dry land. There are so fast in Indonesia, and this area is poverty areas. And the solving is increasing the agriculture productivity on dry land as poverty reduction effort. This is not only in the project, but it is for social responsibility in our company, and I think all university is responsibility on these issues. Actually, we are inventing the missing puzzle. How come? Because all of component is established for several years ago, but not combining in one project. There are rain harvesting, drip irrigation, hydroponic, and IoT control system, and solar energy. Thus, we are inventing the missing puzzle, I think. We are crafting the system from rain harvesting. Rain harvesting for availability of water is obtained from the rain harvest in the garden area itself, which is safe during the rainy season to be used during the dry season. It is simple. Then and then drip irrigation, because the limited amount of water must be utilized as efficiently as possible. With drip irrigation, we will supply of water need right on target. And then hydroponic, we will control supply of nutrient according to the needs of the type, phase, and size of the plant. Nutrient supply along with water supply at a certain time through drip irrigation network. Solar energy we need to utilization of the potential of natural resources that are environmentally friendly and does not depend on the PLN electricity network. An independent system so that it can be replicated anywhere. Overall system is high economic value efficient farming in arid and infertile areas with drip system, rain hydroponic system. Here's the video in the 3D visioning. Reinvesting for precision farming system in dry area. Please Mr. Jun come to the site sometime. The main plan is date palm. We built a restroom, mess and warehouse, and so we'll come to the site. It is collaboration between the industry and university. We have main cutter and secondary cutter to harvesting the rain. We know that Gunung Kidul or South Mountain is a dry and infertile area, and so we will conduct this agriculture to this area to this is the area. Mempercepat ininya. Nggak bisa. Sorry about this incident. Caranya mempercepat gimana ya? Mempercepat videonya ya. Okay, this all from me, and I want to Mr. Intiraton.
Thank you very much, Pak Tri, for inspiring us. You elaborated about the proof that industries as well as universities can collaborate each other, and an example is rain three-point system, if I'm not mistaken, Pak Tri. And also, I'm interested with the vision of PII, that PII becomes an agent of change and also developing research and innovation of engineering and technology to society, economic, and also environment. So it is relevant to our topic today, that is sustainability. Thank you very much, Pak Tri. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the discussion session. Actually, we have 15 to 20 minutes to have discussion session. So if you have any question, please you can raise your hand on Zoom or you can comment on the chat box, please. Is there any question? So I think while waiting for the question, I would like to raise a question to Ibu Yun first. Bu Yun, you presented a number of partnership in UST with external partners, and despite the opportunities that we have in the future, of course, you face some challenges in the past when implementing the collaborative program with the partners. So you can describe what were the challenges that you face when implementing the program.
Thank you, Pak Reza. This is a very good question, and this is my homework up to now. PR begitu. This one, collaboration begins from, let's say, individual activity. In this case, whether it is dosen or mahasiswa begitu. Without the activity of academics atau civitas akademika, I don't think this kind of activity will be revealed. That is very difficult. So the point is that the first one, it is not that much, let's say, when we are talking about activities with overseas universities or overseas institution. That is the first one. And the second one, I don't know, it seems like language will be their barrier. They do not feel confident of communication. They don't feel good begitu. Padahal they can make it. Tadi presentasinya Pak Tri luar biasa ini. Bagus, bagus sekali. So everyone, Bapak Ibu, in this room or in this virtual meeting, I strongly suggest you, beginning from, let's say, our individual activity such as, for example, I would like to understand, let's say, about challenges or opportunities in teaching and learning, for example, after pandemic, and then we proposed a proposal, for example, for research, and also for the thing that Pak Tri already describing to us is that there are so many activities in that area, and then one of them is on student internship. And again, I strongly suggest also for Faculty of Engineering, Pak Dekan, mohon mahasiswanya juga facilitate by their international activities gitu. Nah, mudah-mudahan this year UST lolos lagi begitu, sending berapa ya, 6 students to learn or to study offline to the Philippines and also Malaysia. Mudah-mudahan hibahnya lolos, amin ya robbal alamin. So the 2 points that I would like to highlight, the first one is that the challenges from us, I mean from the academics, from dosen dan juga mahasiswa, and then the second one is the language barrier. Padahal kalau saya English does not belong to us gitu loh. No one, for example, will laugh at you or smile at you. Bahasa Inggrisnya salah, misalnya. No one. As far as the message getting across, the listener or the interlocutor understand you, I think that's enough. It's already sufficient for us to develop our capacity building to be, to have self-confidence. Nah, yang terakhir ini Pak Reza, about self-confidence. Because of language barriers, and then you don't feel good gitu loh. Aduh, bener apa enggak ya? Aduh, tadi. So you are busy with, thinking about nothing, Jadi mikir yang enggak penting gitu loh. Mikir yang enggak penting, misalnya, aduh nanti presentasinya atau aduh nanti kuliahnya gimana ya, madepnya ya misalnya. Madep kiblat atau madep apa. So, it's weird. Bener deh. Jadi Bapak Ibu, ini juga saya mohon kembali lagi kepada Bapak Ibu dosen, mahasiswa, ini mana ini mahasiswa Fakultas Teknik masuk semua ya? Oh, masuk semua, keren. Dan saya ingat in 2018 you also one of the winners of international competition ya?
Yeah, in Japan. Yeah.
In Japan.
Yeah.
Oh, cool toh. cool banget gitu loh. Jadi tanpa academics or civitas academica who are actively engaged, UST is nothing. Jadi kuncinya itu adalah Bapak Ibu dosen. Karena itu yang terakhir, yang slide saya yang terakhir itu, ayo let's collaborate doing our activities di dalam education, research, community service, and also culture. Ayo please, we do it together. Jadi sukses itu bareng begitu loh. Sukses itu bareng. Ini alhamdulillah Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa dengan Bapak Dekan Dr. Iskandar Yasin dan juga didukung oleh mitra from PII itu berhasil meraih hibah what is the name?
Kedai, if I'm not mistaken.
Matching fund, benar. Matching fund Bapak Ibu, and this one is the second year begitu loh. Yang tadi yang project yang Pak Tri explore, that is also one of let's say one of the activities ya Bapak ya. One of the activities. Yes. It is still in progress Bapak Ibu. Nah, ini kesempatan nih yang internship ya, mahasiswa Fakultas Teknik. Halo. Hai, please deh, dan juga terbuka untuk yang pertukaran mahasiswa merdeka. Wah, luar biasa ini pertukaran mahasiswa merdeka saat ini 178, benar ya Pak Warek ya? 178 mahasiswa UST itu akan keluar pulau. Nah, mana ini Fakultas Teknik ini? The students of Faculty of Engineering 178 bro, banyak. Untuk keluar pulau Jawa. Untuk sit in class offline gitu loh. Dikasih uang, terus dolan. Wow, tepuk tangan. 70 students from Faculty of Engineering will be getting involved or participated in pertukaran mahasiswa merdeka. Jadi kita menerima dan juga kita mengirim begitu Bapak. Okay. Is that the answer of the question? Yeah. I don't think so. Right.
I think you share an interesting story about your experience, and I remember that we have P3PI. So of course, International Language Center. Yep. So I think we can optimize the role of P3PI to provide an English course to our lecturer as well as our students. So they can improve our language. So I think the challenges that you mentioned before can be solved, right?
Yes, but the most important one is PD.
Yeah, self-confidence. Thank you very much, Bu Yun.
Thank you.
Yeah, we should learn more from Bu Yun how to make ourselves be more confident. Okay, thank you very much, Bu Yun. So I allow participants who wants to raise question, please. Okay, Mas or Mbak Aza, okay. The operator, please you can open Mbak Aza or Mas Aza mic.
Hello.
Okay, Mas Aza.
Okay, thank you very much for time. I cannot speak English very good, but I will try my best. So my question is for Mrs. I don't know her name. Yeah. So my question is, I want to ask you about my doubts when I graduate my college. I don't know what other countries are under ASEAN. I think our country is unique because a lot of people work out of place, like me studying civil engineering, but it could be somewhere that doesn't into my current department. Concrete example is a student of civil engineering, but his work in banking. This is our case. So what's the problem about this case? Thank you.
Waduh, pertanyaannya susah ini, Mas. Thank you, Mas Azam. I try my best. This one. The paradigm is different. You know. And I think couple years ago, we got also something like discourse in which siapa yang kerja di Google, misalnya Google does not need any certificates. Ya, benar ya. Tahun berapa itu? I think 2019 deh kayaknya. 2019 begitulah. Sampai sebegitunya. So again, the paradigm is different. So in this case, with Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka, launched by Mas Menteri tahun 2020, this will be a very good opportunity, Mas Azza, to be or to participate in any activities. So, for example, Mas Azza, your passion is misalnya apa ya? Passionnya apa, Mas? Kalau if I may know.
My question is, like me, I'm studying civil engineering, but it could be somewhere that doesn't fit into my current department. A concrete example is a student of civil engineering, but after graduating our apa? Bahasa Indonesia aja ya, Bu.
No, your English is very good. Ayo, coba yuk. I try
thank
to
you
understand.
very much.
Yes.
So after we graduate our school or our college, we work in banking. This is a problem, this big problem. So I want to know why we should work in banking. Padahal kita belajarnya di civil engineering, begitu Ibu.
Oke. Nah, my question saya tanya gini, Mas. Mas Azza itu passionnya kemana? What do you like gitu loh? Apa, Mas? Tentang apa? What do you like?
I like for making like design architect or something like AutoCAD, 3D Max, like that.
Okay, cool. Mas Azza, I mean, it is a usual thing ya. It is common gitu loh, Mas. It is usual one for those, for example, like you yourself, you are in civil engineering, and then after you graduate, and then you work in a bank, for example. So to me, the most important one is that how you develop or how you listen to your heart. What is your passion? Like proverb in bahasa Indonesia, tak kenal maka tak sayang maka tak cinta. Do what you love and love what you do, gitu loh, kayak lagu ya. Jadi memang do what you love gitu loh, Mas, and love what you do. Aduh, kok saya nggak suka nih kerja jadi guru misalnya, saya nggak suka nih kerja jadi insinyur misalnya. But try your best. Cintai pekerjaan itu gitu loh. Nah, itu yang pertama, Mas, baru yang pertama tuh. Yang kedua, please note the most important thing in this, I think it is, or since pandemic outbreak, what we call by 21st century skills, itu hukumnya wajib. Wajib banget. Wajibnya itu apa? How, for example, you have your critical thinking and problem solving. Jadi jangan berpikir kritis tapi tidak ada solutionnya begitu loh. So critical thinking and problem solving, bukan critical thinking ya. Kalau thinking dia tenggelam dia. Jadi critical thinking in which you criticize, you are aware of the situation, or you are aware of being, let's say, in community. Nah, itu baru yang pertama tuh Mas, critical thinking and problem solving. The second one, creativity. Sorry, sekarang banyak ya startup, you know, yang sudah boom, baru muncul kemarin. I still remember ya, in in Bandung ya Pak Tri ya. Ada sebuah produk makanan sederhana, odading olala, ya bener ya namanya ya. Apa namanya? Oh, maici segala. Ya kalau maici mah udah lama. Yang odading olala ini loh. Mak boom gitu. And then you know. Nah, yang lainnya lagi misalnya Gozali phenomenon. You know? Nah, itu loh. Jadi kreatif itu kembali lagi hukumnya wajib gitu. And then the third one is collaboration. Let's go hand in hand begitu. Yuk bareng sukses, tadi saya bilang. Bareng sukses, we collaborate each other. Kita berkolaborasi. Nah, yang terakhir terkait dengan challenge tadi. Your communication. I do understand Mas Azza, your English is very good. Saya tuh jarang-jarang loh, mengapresiasi. Ini Mas Azza ini bahasa Inggrisnya bagus. Speak up. Say it in English. You can begin, for example, becoming a parallel session speaker. You can begin, for example, your internship, and then you try to develop again in line with your passion. Jadi paling tidak there are 4 21st century skills. Yang pertama itu adalah critical thinking and problem solving, creativity, collaboration, and communication. Nah, ini wajib dimiliki oleh khususnya para dewantara muda Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa. You drive yourself. Pak Dekan sukses, tapi kan Pak Dekan. What about me? What is my passion? Listen to your heart. Okay? Mudah-mudahan, dan saya sangat yakin Mas Azza, you will be successful one day to, let's say, to listen to your heart, to listen to your passion. Mudah-mudahan menjawab pertanyaannya Mas. Thank you.
Thank you very much Bu Yun for inspiring us. Mas Azza, please don't be afraid, because I was graduated from my university in 2012, and then I'm industrial engineering, and also I continued my career in banking industry, so in 2014. So I agree with Bu Yun that please follow your heart and then your passion, and I think life is never-ending learning. So I think we don't know our future, but as long as we enjoy and then we can enhance our capability, I think it's okay. You decide yourself because you've been mature. Thank you, Mas Azza. So we have another participant here who want to raise the question. Mbak Lutgardis Intani, please, you can speak.
Yes, sir. Okay, thanks for the opportunity to me. I want to, this is for a great time to me that this is from the great opportunity to me, and thanks to me about the knowledge to me. This is for have important life to me. And I have a question that how the faculty, in collaboration with faculties outside other countries, can have a positive impact on the university. Then what are the main goals of the university in the academic program, and how are students who do not participate? Is it still possible that the university can have an influence on the campus? Oke, untuk terjemahan ya Pak. Bagaimanakah fakultas dalam bekerja sama dengan fakultas di luar negara lain dapat memberikan dampak positif terhadap universitas? Lalu, apa saja yang menjadi tujuan utama universitas dalam program akademik tersebut? Dan bagaimanakah mahasiswa yang tidak berpartisipasi? Apakah masih memungkinkan bahwa universitas tersebut dapat memberikan pengaruh bagi kampus? Entah itu pengaruh positif maupun negatif. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mbak Intani. This is very challenging question. Bu Yuyun, would you like to answer?
Oke. Thank you Mbak Intan ya Mbak ya.
Yes, Miss.
Yes, Mbak Intan. Oh, bahasa Inggrisnya keren Mbak. And I don't think you need to translate to bahasa Indonesia. Mbak Intan, I remember one of so many experiences, you know, students overseas coming to UST, and also mahasiswa UST yang from overseas begitu loh. Let's have an example. When they are doing their international credit transfer, so they are doing online class, and you know, in also Malaysia, the classroom instruction or the means of media to communicate, that is in English, and they are not from English department. And those who are doing their internship also, they cannot speak, let's say, in English well. But you know what? In 2019, one student of PGSD or Primary School Teacher Education, itu she was sent to Filipina. Saya lupa nama universitasnya itu. And you know what? Saya pakai among students, among lecturers, aduh lupa ini. Universitasnya apa ya Pak Nana? You still remember? Yang PGSD. Bukan, yang satunya. Lupa saya. Tapi ya itu, the experience is that, you know, they are close each other. I mean between or among, tadi saya bilang among students, among teachers, maksudnya dosen yang di sana itu begitu apa ya? It's like something like you know, love yang beda begitu loh. And you know what? One day dosen di sana itu visited USD and tried to find the student. I would like to see, saya ingat namanya Mbak Endah gitu loh. I would like to see Mbak Endah, sampai sebegitunya. Itu yang overseas. And then the second one, pertukaran mahasiswa merdeka. So it is not overseas, but this one is dari Jambi. You know, the vice rector, the academic affairs itu visiting UST atau Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa, datang ke sini. And after the event at that time, jadi berkumpul begitu ya, pimpinan Faculty of Teacher Training dan juga pimpinan dari Universitas Jambi. You know what? The vice rector at that time, saya pengen ketemu mahasiswa saya. And I thought mahasiswanya adalah mahasiswa perguruan tinggi tersebut, Universitas Jambi. Saya pikir awalnya. Oh oke, sudah janjian Bapak? Sudah katanya. And you know what? Keenam mahasiswa tersebut datang ke UST begitu ya. And I thought, wah ini mahasiswa dari Jambi ini jauh banget gitu ya. And you know what happens? When they first time meeting up in UST, itu hugging, tahu nggak? Padahal saat itu masih pandemi tuh. Hugging terus nangis. Sehat toh, gini. And then I look at their alma mater jaket itu. Loh, ini kan mahasiswa UST, saya bilang. Ini mahasiswa UST, tapi kok Bapak Wakil Rektor satunya itu bilang, saya mau ketemu mahasiswa saya. And they are hugging, and you know, sampai yang mahasiswa yang perempuannya itu sampai nangis gitu loh, saking bahagianya bertemu dengan dosennya begitu. Itu yang kedua, yang dari pertukaran mahasiswa merdeka. Dan banyak sekali teman-teman cerita how this kind of activity or collaboration, both universities, partner overseas and also in Indonesia, they have close relationship. Dan terus minta lagi, the next one, mana nih mahasiswa UST? Mana nih, kirim lagi dong mahasiswa UST yang tadi, if you still remember Mbak Intan, waktu yang community service itu pun juga demikian. Mana mahasiswanya lagi? Please send us to me gitu loh. Yang untuk Saptri Rajabat University. Jadi it is not about, let's say, engagement between knowledge between the student dan juga lecturer, but also something like heart feel begitu ya, jatuh cinta banget gitu loh, jatuh cinta. Dan impactnya apa? What is the next activity? Please send us your students. Minta terus gitu. So I think this will not be only impacting on the institution UST, tetapi juga si mahasiswa tersebut. They have a very good experience. They already achieve one of the primary indicators yang tadi sudah saya bahas, yaitu off-campus experience that can develop their 21st century skills. Gimana sih saya harus kreatif nih? Gimana sih saya harus berkolaborasi? Again, it is not only about knowledge. No. Sikap, attitude. Is that also the answer?
Yeah.
No, yeah. Oh, yes.
Thank you, Bu Yun. Of course, our government and UST provided a lot of off-campus program, as Bu Yun stated. And I'm sure, put simply, you can gain tangible and also intangible benefits. The tangible benefit, put simply, you can attach your certificate on your CV, so you can use your CV to your employer, for example. Or the intangible value is invaluable. So as Bu Yun stated, like experience, friendship, and a lot of international exposure that you can get in the future. Thank you very much, Bu Yun. So ladies and gentlemen, due to the limited time, I would like to raise the last question to Pak Tribudi. Pak Tribudi, we have 5 faculties in UST, and I'm interested with your matching fund program, because the Faculty of Engineering, supervised by our Dean, collaborate with PIE and also other universities to apply the program, and then we are granted with the program. So what is the success story? So the other faculty can apply the tips or the clues, so they can also grab more matching funds, because I think limited financial resources is another challenge for us to initiate our collaboration. Thank you, Pak Budi.
Thank you, Mr. Reja. It is our challenging, I think, because our passion is how to contribute to elevate the welfare of the society, including the university. Because we always think that success alone is not cool. We must success together is very cool. And so welcome to our affiliate partner or industry. We can grant it the internship for student and so for lecturer. I think we can join in the cooperation project. I think not only on industrial but on social responsibility, on I think on research and applied research. I think applied and development research. And so we have several choice on industry, on civil project, on community development, and so on. And I think there are vast choice for UST to coming to our community. I think that's.
Thank you very much, Pak Tri. So, you mean that not only the Faculty of Engineering has a lot of opportunity to collaborate with PAE, but also the other faculties has same chance, yeah.
Right.
Because you say that the applied research should bring positive impacts to society, and I think we have agriculture faculty and also the education faculty and psychology as well as economic faculty that can gather together. Thank you very much, Pak Tribudi.
Yes, for the example on hydroponic system, it has vast not only on engineering, but on agriculture, on social science,
yeah,
and on tourism,
yeah,
and so on.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and so I hope that this collaboration between all parties can be enhanced and they can be improved, not only for Faculty of Engineering but also all faculties. As Pak Tri say that the rain hydroponic system has a lot of opportunities to commercialize the product. For example, Pak Tri, so we can invite the Faculty of Economics, yeah, to put the economic aspect in the product and so on. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, so this is the end of the session. So before closing the session, I would like to sum up some key points here. From Bu Yuyun, firstly, we know that today the Ministry of Education and Culture of Indonesia has released a program called Merdeka Belajar. This program encourages Indonesian students to proactively engage in various external activities or off-campus activities, and of course, the activities are recognized academically. In addition to it, the university performance indicators that have recently formalized also demands university staff, lecturer, and student to take part in external programs, inviting practitioners to come into class and many others. Of course, this situation requires strong connection with external partners, and the collaboration is a key. From Pak Tribudi, some activities that can be collaborated among multi-parties in education involving academia, for example teaching, and community, for example training development, also applied research and developing research by academics, and all the results bring impact to society. Also, Pak Tri elaborates an example for applied and development research, rain harvesting for precision farming system in dry area involving multi-parties. Thank you very much, Bu Yuyun and Pak Tribudi, for fruitful discussion, and I hand over the next session to the Master of Ceremony.
Well, thank you Ibu Yuyun and Bapak Tri for sharing knowledge and discussion. So, as our appreciation, we would like to give Ibu Yuyun dan Bapak Budi give a certificate that will be given by the Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Bapak Iskandar Yasin. So Bu Yun and Pak Tri, I would like you to stand up.
Sudah nggak musim masker. Sudah nggak musim masker.
And I would like to invite Bapak Imam to coming forward to give the certificate. Well, give applause to the speakers today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to the next session is a signing MOU and MOA, and in this time is signing MOU first. That will be signed by the Vice Rector of Partnership Affairs, Ibu Yun Yulia, and also the head of PII. So I invite to coming forward. Okay, so Ibu Yuyun and Bapak Budi would like to sign the MOU together. Okay, so for the next session is a ceremonial gift that will be given by Bapak Nanang. So we're doing a photo session, so I invite Bapak Imam as the Vice Rector and also the Vice of Dean, Bapak Zaidul, and also the staff of the committee from the PII to coming forward. Oh, iya. Ibu Bapak Kaprodi, please coming forward to the photo session together. Mas Bim, wait. Ibu Kaprodinya. Bapak Ibu Kaprodi. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we are going to the next session, we will see a video profile from PII. So the operator, we can show the video profile.
Saat waktu berjalan, tumbuhlah aku dengan tujuan. Kau membawaku terbang di angkasa, melihat cahaya bersama. Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi yang kita tuju.
Sejak negara berdiri, Insinyur Indonesia yang ambil bagian sebagai pendiri bangsa, menjalin menjadi bangsa yang satu dan tak terpisahkan.
Kau membawaku terbang di angkasa, melihat cahaya bersama. Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi-mimpi yang kita tuju.
Menjadi bangsa yang kuat, bermartabat, dan mandiri. Membentang asa bagi tunas-tunas bangsa.
Mengalir
menghantarkan mereka meraih puncak prestasi tertinggi, meruntuhkan belenggu, menjadikan anak bangsa mampu menaklukkan dunia.
Kau mengajakku untuk terus berpacu, mengejar mimpi-mimpi yang kita tuju.
Menciptakan kehidupan yang layak
Mimpi yang kita tuju.
dan mewarnai dunia dengan tawa.
Mengalir, hidupkan, ciptakan, senyum.
Insinyur Indonesia menghubungkan ribuan pulau, menyatukan negeri, menerangi pertiwi, mencerdaskan bangsa, menciptakan pekerjaan, mensejahterakan rakyat, dan membuka cakrawala dunia guna memajukan peradaban.
Manusia dan aku kini hingga nanti untuk kita semua. Kau dan aku kini hingga.
Saya bangga jadi insinyur.
Saya Erlangga Hartarto, saya insinyur mesin.
Saya Koyub Chandra Negara, saya insinyur kimia.
Saya Burzal Bakri, insinyur elektro.
Saya Pandri Prabono, saya insinyur mesin.
Saya Arifin Panigoro, saya insinyur elektroteknik.
Saya Hermanto Dardan, saya insinyur sipil.
Saya Bobi Gafur Umar, saya insinyur elektro.
Saya Muhammad Said Didu, saya insinyur industri pertanian.
Insinyur Indonesia, ujung tombak kemajuan bangsa.
Mengejar mimpi-mimpi yang kita tuju.
tempat produksi di Yogyakarta. Produk susu bubuk unggulan dari PT Mirota KSM siap didistribusikan ke seluruh negeri dan dirasakan manfaatnya oleh semua keluarga di Indonesia.
PT Mirota KSM berkomitmen untuk maju bersama masyarakat Indonesia. Sebagai produsen susu bubuk yang unggul dan berorientasi pada kepuasan konsumen, menerapkan standar Good Manufacturing Practice atau GMP dan mengacu kepada standar ISO 22000 tentang keamanan pangan. PT Mirota KSM memproduksi dan memasarkan susu berkualitas yang dihasilkan dari sapi grass-fed, aman, dan halal untuk dikonsumsi.
Produk susu bubuk PT Mirota KSM dihasilkan dari sapi yang 96% diberi makan rumput. Sapi-sapi ini tumbuh dan dipelihara di lingkungan dengan iklim yang baik dan memperoleh cahaya matahari yang cukup sehingga sapi-sapi tumbuh sehat dan bahagia. Sapi yang diberi makan rumput, sehat, dan bahagia mampu menghasilkan produk susu yang berkualitas dan banyak keunggulan dibandingkan dengan susu dari sapi yang diberi makan biji-bijian atau grain fed. Keunggulan susu dari sapi grass fed lebih tinggi lemak tak jenuh, lebih tinggi beta-karoten, kalsium, protein, vitamin A, riboflavin, vitamin B12, dan mengandung tinggi vitamin D serta zinc. Semua manfaat susu tersebut bisa dirasakan mulai dari ibu hamil, balita, hingga lansia. PT Mirota KSM menjamin kualitas susu bubuk dari proses produksi, pengemasan, dan pendistribusian yang semuanya menerapkan personal hygiene dan keamanan pangan yang ketat. Double checking melalui quality assurance dan quality control pun dilakukan untuk mendapatkan produk yang benar-benar berkualitas. Bukan hanya itu, demi mendukung pengawasan mutu, PT Mirota KSM dilengkapi dengan adanya laboratorium kimia dan mikrobiologi. Bahkan, bahan baku yang sudah memiliki COA atau Certificate of Analysis tetap diuji secara mikrobiologi dan kimia. Begitu juga pada produk jadi, mulai dari Lactona Ibu, Lactona 1 Plus Gold, Lactona 3, Lactona Skim, Lactona Diabe, hingga Prosteo Kids, Prosteo, Prosteo Plus, Prosteo Wepro, dan Prolansia dapat diandalkan untuk menjadi minuman untuk membantu memenuhi nutrisi keluarga. Susu bubuk dari PT Mirota KSM adalah pilihan terbaik untuk seluruh keluarga Indonesia. Alami, berkualitas, aman, halal, dan tentunya terjangkau. Di mana lagi Anda bisa mendapatkan susu bubuk yang menawarkan harga dan kualitas terbaik selain susu bubuk dari PT Mirota KSM? PT Mirota KSM, mutu hebat, harga hemat.
Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa is located in the special province of Yogyakarta, Indonesia. It was established by Ki Hajar Dewantoro on 15 November 1955. He was the founding father of Taman Siswa and also the first Minister of National Education of the Republic of Indonesia. UST is currently led by Ki Profesor Dr. Andes Haji Pardimin MPD, PhD.
Selamat datang di Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa Yogyakarta, universitas yang melahirkan generasi unggul.
UST has a great vision to be one of leading Asian universities in 2025 based on Taman Siswa principles. UST has enhanced the three pillars of higher education known as Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi into four pillars called Catur Dharma by adding the preservation and development of culture to its original pillars of higher education. UST manages 5 faculties and 1 graduate program with the accreditation A, Unggul, and B. UST is supported by professional lecturers committed to providing quality education. Local students are from 33 provinces in Indonesia. UST also has overseas students from Asian and Middle East countries. UST offers scholarships and grants for local and international students. Our students win local, national, and international competitions. Students are prepared to complete their study on time. In research, UST has achieved Utama level and for community service has also achieved level of Sangat Baik or very good. UST has also collaborated with many local and foreign institutions to preserve and develop culture. UST keeps expanding the mutual partnerships with local and foreign institutions. Let's achieve your bright future career with Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa. Salam tertib, damai, dan bahagia.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to the next session is signing MOA, and in this time, I would like to invite the Dean and the representative from Pemerintah Desa Kradenan Bapak Tony Miftakul Afwan, PT Mindo Small Business Solution Ibu Meiria Kusumawardani SH, and PT Pirota KSM Bapak Adolfus Yunanto SPSA. I would like you to coming forward. So for the second is from PT Mindo Small Business. Oh, oh yeah. Oh yeah. For the next is from PT Mindo Small Business Solution, Ibu Meiria Kusumawardani SH. Please coming forward. For the last is PT Mirota KSM, Bapak Adolfus Yunanto SPSI, please coming forward. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have a break before we are joining to the parallel session. I would like to say thank you to all of the distinguished guests and all of the participants for joining this special occasion, International on Sustainable Development of Engineering and Technology. I am as Christina. I do apologize for any inconvenience during this event. See you on the next occasion and have a good day.
Tidak jauh dari pusat kota, Fakultas Teknik UST berada di Jalan Miliran, nomor 16 Yogyakarta. Selamat datang di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa Yogyakarta. Tidak jauh dari pusat kota, Fakultas Teknik UST berada di Jalan Miliran, nomor 16 Yogyakarta. Selamat datang di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Sarjana Wiyata Taman Siswa Yogyakarta. Selalu ada sesuatu yang menarik di gedung Fakultas Teknik UST, mulai dari suasana belajar hingga kehidupan sosial. Fakultas Teknik UST lebih dari sekedar tempat untuk belajar. Berbagai fasilitas disediakan agar mendukung mahasiswa untuk mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang terbaik selama menempuh studinya dan menunjang kegiatan yang ada di lingkungan kampus. UST merupakan kampus kebangsaan yang didirikan langsung oleh Bapak Pendidikan Nasional Indonesia Ki Hajar Dewantara. Layanan teknologi informasi yang mudah diakses, ruang kelas yang aman dan nyaman, musola, perpustakaan, ruang diskusi, dan laboratorium. Temukan keluarga keduamu di Fakultas Teknik UST dan mengikuti organisasi seperti Ikatan Program Studi Teknik Sipil dan Ikatan Program Studi Teknik Industri. Adapun kegiatan di Fakultas Teknik UST mulai dari kunjungan industri di beberapa perusahaan, pengabdian kepada masyarakat, mulai dari mengikuti perlombaan nasional maupun internasional,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam dan bahagia, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Perkenalkan, saya Widarto Sutrisno. Selamat datang, saya sampaikan kepada seluruh mahasiswa baru dan terima kasih sudah bergabung dan selamat berjuang mewujudkan cita-cita Anda semua. Untuk selanjutnya saya sampaikan selamat dan sukses untuk seluruh mahasiswa. Sekali lagi terima kasih sudah bergabung di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Sarjana Wiata Mahasiswa. Teriring doa, senantiasa salam dan bahagia. Salam.
tidak jauh dari pusat kota, Fakultas Teknik UST berada di Jalan Miliran, nomor 16 Yogyakarta. Selamat datang di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Sarjana Wiata Taman Siswa Yogyakarta. Selalu ada sesuatu yang menarik di gedung Fakultas Teknik UST, mulai dari suasana belajar hingga kehidupan sosial. Fakultas Teknik UST lebih dari sekedar tempat untuk belajar. Berbagai fasilitas disediakan agar mendukung mahasiswa untuk mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang terbaik selama menempuh studinya dan menunjang kegiatan yang ada di lingkungan kampus. UST merupakan kampus kebangsaan yang didirikan langsung oleh Bapak Pendidikan Nasional Indonesia Ki Hajar Dewantara. Layanan teknologi informasi yang mudah diakses, ruang kelas yang aman dan nyaman, musola, perpustakaan, ruang diskusi, dan laboratorium. Temukan keluarga keduamu di Fakultas Teknik UST dan mengikuti organisasi seperti Ikatan Program Studi Teknik Sipil dan Ikatan Program Studi Teknik Industri. Adapun kegiatan di Fakultas Teknik UST mulai dari kunjungan industri di beberapa perusahaan, pengabdian kepada masyarakat, mulai dari mengikuti perlombaan nasional maupun internasional,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam dan bahagia, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Perkenalkan, saya Widarto Sutrisno. Selamat datang, saya sampaikan kepada seluruh mahasiswa baru dan terima kasih sudah bergabung dan selamat berjuang mewujudkan cita-cita Anda semua. Untuk selanjutnya saya sampaikan selamat dan sukses untuk seluruh mahasiswa. Sekali lagi terima kasih sudah bergabung di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Sarjana Wiata Mahasiswa. Beriring doa, senantiasa salam dan bahagia. Salam.
tidak jauh dari pusat kota, Fakultas Teknik UST berada di Jalan Miliran, nomor 16 Yogyakarta. Selamat datang di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Sarjana Wiata Taman Siswa Yogyakarta. Selalu ada sesuatu yang menarik di gedung Fakultas Teknik UST, mulai dari suasana belajar hingga kehidupan sosial. Fakultas Teknik UST lebih dari sekedar tempat untuk belajar. Berbagai fasilitas disediakan agar mendukung mahasiswa untuk mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang terbaik selama menempuh studinya dan menunjang kegiatan yang ada di lingkungan kampus. UST merupakan kampus kebangsaan yang didirikan langsung oleh Bapak Pendidikan Nasional Indonesia Ki Hajar Dewantara. Layanan teknologi informasi yang mudah diakses, ruang kelas yang aman dan nyaman, musola, perpustakaan, ruang diskusi, dan laboratorium. Temukan keluarga keduamu di Fakultas Teknik UST dan mengikuti organisasi seperti Ikatan Program Studi Teknik Sipil dan Ikatan Program Studi Teknik Industri. Adapun kegiatan di Fakultas Teknik UST mulai dari kunjungan industri di beberapa perusahaan, pengabdian kepada masyarakat, mulai dari mengikuti perlombaan nasional maupun internasional,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam dan bahagia, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Perkenalkan, saya Pidarto Sutrisno. Selamat datang, saya sampaikan kepada seluruh mahasiswa baru dan terima kasih sudah bergabung dan selamat berjuang mewujudkan cita-cita Anda semua. Untuk selanjutnya saya sampaikan selamat dan sukses untuk seluruh mahasiswa. Sekali lagi terima kasih sudah bergabung di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Sarjana Wiata Mahasiswa. Beriring doa, senantiasa salam dan bahagia. Salam.
tidak jauh dari pusat kota, Fakultas Teknik UST berada di Jalan Miliran, nomor 16 Yogyakarta. Selamat datang di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Sarjana Wiata Taman Siswa Yogyakarta. Selalu ada sesuatu yang menarik di gedung Fakultas Teknik UST, mulai dari suasana belajar hingga kehidupan sosial. Fakultas Teknik UST lebih dari sekedar tempat untuk belajar. Berbagai fasilitas disediakan agar mendukung mahasiswa untuk mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang terbaik selama menempuh studinya dan menunjang kegiatan yang ada di lingkungan kampus. UST merupakan kampus kebangsaan yang didirikan langsung oleh Bapak Pendidikan Nasional Indonesia Ki Hajar Dewantara. Layanan teknologi informasi yang mudah diakses, ruang kelas yang aman dan nyaman, musola, perpustakaan, ruang diskusi, dan laboratorium. Temukan keluarga keduamu di Fakultas Teknik UST dan mengikuti organisasi seperti Ikatan Program Studi Teknik Sipil dan Ikatan Program Studi Teknik Industri. Adapun kegiatan di Fakultas Teknik UST mulai dari kunjungan industri di beberapa perusahaan, pengabdian kepada masyarakat, mulai dari mengikuti perlombaan nasional maupun internasional,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam dan bahagia, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Perkenalkan, saya Widarto Sutrisno. Selamat datang, saya sampaikan kepada seluruh mahasiswa baru dan terima kasih sudah bergabung dan selamat berjuang mewujudkan cita-cita Anda semua. Untuk selanjutnya saya sampaikan selamat dan sukses untuk seluruh mahasiswa. Sekali lagi terima kasih sudah bergabung di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Sarjana Wiata Mahasiswa. Teriring doa, senantiasa salam dan bahagia. Salam.
tidak jauh dari pusat kota, Fakultas Teknik UST berada di Jalan Miliran, nomor 16 Yogyakarta. Selamat datang di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Sarjana Wiata Taman Siswa Yogyakarta. Selalu ada sesuatu yang menarik di gedung Fakultas Teknik UST, mulai dari suasana belajar hingga kehidupan sosial. Fakultas Teknik UST lebih dari sekedar tempat untuk belajar. Berbagai fasilitas disediakan agar mendukung mahasiswa untuk mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang terbaik selama menempuh studinya dan menunjang kegiatan yang ada di lingkungan kampus. UST merupakan kampus kebangsaan yang didirikan langsung oleh Bapak Pendidikan Nasional Indonesia Ki Hajar Dewantara. Layanan teknologi informasi yang mudah diakses, ruang kelas yang aman dan nyaman, musola, perpustakaan, ruang diskusi, dan laboratorium. Temukan keluarga keduamu di Fakultas Teknik UST dan mengikuti organisasi seperti Ikatan Program Studi Teknik Sipil dan Ikatan Program Studi Teknik Industri. Adapun kegiatan di Fakultas Teknik UST mulai dari kunjungan industri di beberapa perusahaan, pengabdian kepada masyarakat, mulai dari mengikuti perlombaan nasional maupun internasional,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam dan bahagia, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Perkenalkan, saya Widarto Sutrisno. Selamat datang, saya sampaikan kepada seluruh mahasiswa baru dan terima kasih sudah bergabung dan selamat berjuang mewujudkan cita-cita Anda semua. Untuk selanjutnya saya sampaikan selamat dan sukses untuk seluruh mahasiswa. Sekali lagi terima kasih sudah bergabung di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Sarjana Wiata Mahasiswa. Beriring doa, senantiasa salam dan bahagia. Salam.
tidak jauh dari pusat kota, Fakultas Teknik UST berada di Jalan Miliran, nomor 16 Yogyakarta. Selamat datang di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Sarjana Wiata Taman Siswa Yogyakarta. Selalu ada sesuatu yang menarik di gedung Fakultas Teknik UST, mulai dari suasana belajar hingga kehidupan sosial. Fakultas Teknik UST lebih dari sekedar tempat untuk belajar. Berbagai fasilitas disediakan agar mendukung mahasiswa untuk mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang terbaik selama menempuh studinya dan menunjang kegiatan yang ada di lingkungan kampus. UST merupakan kampus kebangsaan yang didirikan langsung oleh Bapak Pendidikan Nasional Indonesia Ki Hajar Dewantara. Layanan teknologi informasi yang mudah diakses, ruang kelas yang aman dan nyaman, musola, perpustakaan, ruang diskusi, dan laboratorium. Temukan keluarga keduamu di Fakultas Teknik UST dan mengikuti organisasi seperti Ikatan Program Studi Teknik Sipil dan Ikatan Program Studi Teknik Industri. Adapun kegiatan di Fakultas Teknik UST mulai dari kunjungan industri di beberapa perusahaan, pengabdian kepada masyarakat, mulai dari mengikuti perlombaan nasional maupun internasional,
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam dan bahagia, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Perkenalkan, saya Widarto Sutrisno. Selamat datang, saya sampaikan kepada seluruh mahasiswa baru dan terima kasih sudah bergabung dan selamat berjuang mewujudkan cita-cita Anda semua. Untuk selanjutnya saya sampaikan selamat dan sukses untuk seluruh mahasiswa. Sekali lagi terima kasih sudah bergabung di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Sarjana Wiata Mahasiswa. Beriring doa, senantiasa salam dan bahagia. Salam.
tidak jauh dari pusat kota, Fakultas Teknik UST berada di Jalan Miliran, nomor 16 Yogyakarta. Selamat datang di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Sarjana Wiata Taman Siswa Yogyakarta. Selalu ada sesuatu yang menarik di gedung Fakultas Teknik UST, mulai dari suasana belajar hingga kehidupan sosial. Fakultas Teknik UST lebih dari sekedar tempat untuk belajar. Berbagai fasilitas disediakan agar mendukung mahasiswa untuk mendapatkan pengalaman belajar yang terbaik selama menempuh studinya dan menunjang kegiatan yang ada di lingkungan kampus. UST merupakan kampus kebangsaan yang didirikan langsung oleh Bapak Pendidikan Nasional Indonesia Ki Hajar Dewantara. Layanan teknologi informasi yang mudah diakses, ruang kelas yang aman dan nyaman,